Good morning, everyone. We are here at the Embassy Billiards Club in San Gabriel, California for the 2025 Embassy Snooker Open Championship. As you can see, our posters there up on the board. They're playing for some big money. The champion's going to run away with $10,000. That's going to be, finals will be on Wednesday, but it's day one. Great championship here. Players are just getting their little bit of practice before the match. It's David Burney in the booth. Our featured match on the TV table here on Ox Billiards and San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube page will be Stephen Lee and Amin. So we're looking forward to that. And stay tuned. Once the practice concludes, we'll get into frame one of this exciting match.
I had my headphones turned right down.
Life goes on.
I was 17 or 18, was on it for 2 years.
Yeah.
There was no money back then. Like,
No.
I never said I gave it up for 10 years.
Yeah, trust me.
But now in the last, I started playing again in my early 30s, and I'm in love with the game again.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird, it's a real love-hate relationship with the game, like, you know.
That's a fucking great night. Just give it a bit. Yeah, listen, you look like you're nice. Yeah, it is what it is. It's blood in it somewhere. It's just, if you had, you know. I hope you've got to chase 8. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I want to see you in championships, but one day, so then you focus and obviously the top boys are still there. The stage is doing it, but it's something you don't want to let go of. And I found out I had no choice. I'm going to try and play the best of it, you know, apart from what's happened back to.
Hello, hello, hello. Just testing for audio.
Yeah, those days are, yeah, they say early years, yeah.
But I'm playing again, you know, like I said, it is not the game. 14. Well, it wouldn't, I honestly, I wouldn't play if I didn't enjoy the game.
No, no, the big match went up.
It is. Those 2 years, I got my, you know, my ass handed to me because my mom was an arm and a leg, every morning in her house, you know, and stuff like that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not in college, I'm gonna do something
really proud of how the spectators surrounding that stone. The ball goes over the screen, and then you pop it over the screen before it bounces. Both seats on the front. I know you know it's classic.
Oh man, I couldn't. I ran. Trees break. I ran on this yesterday. It was 48.
Oh, thanks.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, they want you to get going.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. Really, Stephen? Okay. I didn't let you know.
All right, everybody. I hope you got that coffee and you're ready to go. Maybe you're having a little bit of lunch on the East Coast. The Potter is turned in. Appreciate the kind words about the amazing coverage. And yes, Stephen Wong and his team at Embassy Billiards putting on a great tournament. A little unfortunate. They did have 50 participants at the beginning, but things had happened. Obviously, life gets in the way of the amateur game sometimes, and people weren't able to attend, so we only had 26 players. So a bit unfortunate, but Southern California down here in the Los Angeles area just got slammed by some heavy, heavy rain. That might have deterred a few people. We were a little delayed getting in ourselves, the team behind the scenes. But this is going to be a fun match here. Stephen Lee, definitely a lot of people know him in the snooker world. Great player, an ex-professional. This is open to ex-pros. Actually, professional women can play. The man with the Rolls-Royce Q action set to break off against Amin. Not sure of Amin's last name, or maybe he's just like Cher or Sting, just as use one's name. Very intimidating, but David Burney in the booth. Frame 1, best of 5, round robin match. Here we go. Definitely do let us know if you have any comments or questions. If we're sounding all right, if the visual's okay. If you're putting any support, any cheering for either player. I apologize if I had to pull away a little bit. We've got lots of friends that come and visit us. We don't have the security hours just yet in our commentary booth, but always good to see the familiar faces. Obviously, Renat Danka, previous two-time Embassy champion, won it last year as well, back in 2018. This tournament was looking great back in the teens, but unfortunately, as we all know, that nasty pandemic came and really halted the vehicle for us. But Stephen has rebounded, Stephen Wong that is, and his team at Embassy. And this is the back-to-back second installment, or third installment of the tournament. That's a beautiful long red there by Stephen, and he's off.
The overhead's dead. God damn it.
Stephen wooing it into there. Nice red into the right middle to keep the break going. This is a new addition to the Embassy Billiards Club. This star table, this very table, had two 147s rattled off by Ronnie O'Sullivan. Stephen was able to grab it from the Saudi Masters. So very interesting to see how it plays. As fans that tuned in last year, those middle pockets were very tough, but Stephen has made a nice middle red. It's got a nice angle for that open red. The bottom of the pack. Stephen just waiting for fellow opponent on a different table to take his shot. Now there is a high break in this tournament, but stipulations state that you have to have at least a century and above. So a 99 is not going to cut it for an impressive $1,000 prize. With the caliber of Stephen Lee, Renat Denka, Albert Kenny, to just name a few. Nice stun shot. Just wanted to stay low on that black. Come off that black and stun into the pack and open them up. So big shot here to continue the break. Already's got a 44-point advantage. He's touching ball. He's tempted maybe for the double. It's tough to say as he hasn't seen his opponent play yet. Nice half century there to get Stephen Lee's campaign started. Still a lot of points on the table. Oh, he might have just left this long red, unfortunately. Good idea there by Amin. Trailing 51, you want to get in there back in the frame, but sometimes you have to exercise a little bit of patience. And wow, great long red there by Stephen. And hello to Vinita DeSani as well. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Stephen Lee is definitely a sight to see. Great cue action. A little chat with Stephen before the match, Vinit, and letting him know about Rianne, and he was just excited to hear that a youngster's taking up the game and doing quite well. So guys, I'm going to do my best maybe and see, maybe we can get Mr. Stephen up to see us in the land of the Maple Leaf. But I'm pretty sure it's all business right now for him, and Falters on that red to the left middle. Kind of a shot to nothing with this red of the three reds. Didn't get the pace. Yeah, just with that rain that has hit us here in Southern California, players are feeling that the tables are making it just a little swampy, to quote Albert Kenny, actually, who I was talking to yesterday. A bit sloggy. That can happen sometimes. As much as snooker is an indoor sport, sometimes the outdoor weather can have a little effect on the tables. So Stephen did have the opportunity of putting him back there, but he got a free ball, so that green acted as the red, so he'll get 1 point. And then obviously not having the color on, he's chose to snooker his opponent behind the brown. So Amin still a possibility to steal this frame. A few careless errors, but yeah, he's trying to use a little side, always a little dangerous that. Now once again, he's left a free ball, as you can see. All the newer viewers. Amin missed the red ball, and the result is snookered his opponent on the reds. So in that case, Stephen can elect to use any of the color balls as a free ball. That would be 1 point. cue ball and tight on that top cushion. He's not going to be on the brown, so I think just rolling up behind the green here puts his opponent in a lot of trouble. Important red there for Steven. He just needs one more, but there's 67 points on the table. Oh, Amin's in a bit of trouble here. Really snookered behind the green. But if he was able to create an opportunity when he could make a clearance of 67, that would be a break of the tournament already. Good hit there by Amin. Not sure if that's touching ball. Obviously, when there's no official at the table, the player obviously would look at it and want to announce it quite loudly. Just so sometimes a player can be dejected by a shot and turning away, and your opponent acting as a referee, just looking at the ball, might say that's touching ball, and then the dejected opponent might not have heard that, turn around and see his opponent just shooting away, and then they might call foul just because they didn't realize it was a touching ball. So always good to address loudly and clearly with your opponent when no official is there, whether it's touching ball or free ball, and when it's a free ball, if a couple colors are close together, like a brown and a yellow, just make sure you nominate the correct color ball. That is your free ball. Just eyeing potentially maybe a plant here. I don't think so, but we have a shot to nothing there. As you can see, his cue ball is tight to the vault cushion. Steven doesn't have much of the cue ball to work with. You know, when he's hitting on the top, you want to hit it absolutely correctly. So easy, you can put some unwanted side on it. That's a nice long red there by Amin. Unfortunate with that, Amin red in this color. There's enough 59 on the table, and there's 63 in it. So Amin does need a snooker to snatch this first frame. Steven was in first, but both players just showing a little bit of a early morning rust. You know, these 10 a.m. matches sometimes are a bit uncommon for some players. They are more often than not Nighthawks. Don't know if Amin's going to punish him for that, but getting deeper into the tournament, you can't be doing that. The caliber of players, they'll put you sitting for quite a while. Oh, interesting. I thought with this brand new star table to the Embassy, those middle pockets were being a little more helpful, as we saw with Stephen Lee, but Amin just showing us that you got to be so precise, full concentration. So this pink coming right into your living room. This is looking definitely promising for Stephen Lee. He lives over in Thailand, so just have to jump across the Pacific to come over here. Ooh. That should be the frame there. There are no concession rules here, but with 70 points in it and 35 on the table, there it is. Amin maybe just wanted to warm up his arm a little bit, but we'll step aside for a few short moments and come back with frame 2 of this round robin match. And welcome back, everybody, to our featured match here. Day 1, 2025 Embassy Open here in San Gabriel, California at the wonderful and beautiful Embassy Billiards Club. It's David Burney in the booth. Stephen Lee from England taking on Amin from the United States of America. We are streaming on the Ox Billiards page and the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club, as well as our good friend Rob Richards is streaming another match. I think he might be streaming the Renat Danka match over on the OBSA YouTube channel. So lots of great snooker action here on this relatively comfortable Monday in Southern California. Not too hot, not too cold, and welcome sign for all the residents here. It's dry, as I alluded to in the last frame. They got hit hard by some rain. So on the right side of the blue. And when we say that, obviously, as you can see, the natural angle that that cue ball is going to come off the blue when the blue goes into the left middle will come down to the reds. Steven just waiting for fellow competitor. Sharam, coming from Houston, is in action over there. Just a couple years back, had a 147 out in Houston. Sharam did so. Not sure if there's an extra bonus here for a maximum, but definitely you got to get a century or more to get the high break prize. Gonna run nicely through this red and be on the black. Selected for a different red. I think that pink will go on its spot. A little difficult, as you can see, he's grabbing the spider. Don't think there's a pathway for that red. That's two left of the black. So the red obviously needs to use the rest, but that's the red into the left middle. Obviously a little bit more difficult shot with the rest on this red. But as our great friend Cliff Thorburn once said, sometimes to keep the break going, you got to take that just a little bit more difficult red and leave the easier red a little ways down the line. I think you would have preferred a little flick. On that last red. Just give him a better option on that red that was above the black and to the right, but difficult shot there. So breaks down on 21. This is where Amin needs to pounce. He's got a few reds open. Pink's kind of swallowed up. Blue's off its spot, but black does go to the left top corner.
Free ball.
Double was on there. Oh, pretty as a pitcher, and he's gonna hold nicely for the black. Great long pot there by Steven. Might just be a bit straight on that blue. Give it a little bit of side, a little bit of hope, as you can see, for that red there. Yeah, I think what makes the difference between a good and a great player is sometimes you get thrown out of position and you have to make a good recovery shot, and the great player is successful in that. And the good player might just falter a little bit. He always does have the little saving grace of that green over its own pocket. Just leaned a little just to make sure his cue ball didn't get hampered by that red that it's close to, and has given him a shot at this. It's a little easily red. Draw it back nicely. Kind of the Bill Werbenick shot there. Really didn't have to move around too much. I'm happy with that one. It's pretty straight on. Yeah, didn't have an angle to cannon into the reds at all. Lovely plant. Opens up those reds. Got a little low on the black. Does have the pink into the left middle. Great chance here to take the second frame and a really commanding lead. As we are into the snooker's required stage already anyways. As 59 is on the table. The difference is 74. Oh, he's in the room, everybody. That chuckle you can hear far away. Charlie Brown. I think the lone Canadian, actually, that's come down for the event. Battled the rainstorms. But this is great stuff by Stephen Lee. Oh, beautiful little flick on that Brown. And he falters on that red. So Stephen Lee takes that one, 96-1. Hopefully Amin can get a frame on the board, but we'll come back to see if Stephen Lee can perform the whitewash. It's 2-0. He's got the advantage. Stand by, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Players just had a little comfort break. And we're set to take it home here. Let's see if Amin can battle back. He's in tough. Stephen Lee definitely has a pretty impressive CV. He's reached the semifinals, the World Championships. Glad that you're tuning in on whatever channel you find it, whether it be Ox Billiards or San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube page. Nice to see that the chat is active there. Any comments or questions? Obviously a lot of people are intrigued to see the Rolls-Royce Q action, silky smooth, that Stephen Lee has. At the players meeting, he was told to introduce him with that Rolls-Royce Q action and kind of sheepishly shying away. Kind of piped back. It was more of a Ford Taurus, but I think he's pretty humble there. It is a smooth stroke. So any new players or any youngsters, this man at the table right there, take a look at that Q action. That is something to emulate. A little angle on the green to come back down. He's definitely got the cue power to do it. He just hammered it a little bit. I read in the back as he just come close to it. Looks like he's getting down. There's a space to go through. He's got the best vantage point. Did have the safety. That other red near the right middle. To be a bit higher on that blue. Still yet again has that green. And he raises his hand. Apologizes for the result there. Obviously, Stephen wanted the green to go into its own pocket, but missed it and missed it rather carelessly, and fortunate enough it's put him in a nice position and his opponent's in a bit of trouble. Oh, it just might be okay. Doesn't look like there's really anything. There's that plant. That's tricky. This would be some shot here. Space between the reds. Ooh, tight pockets. Tight pockets. Just shows you how impressive Ronnie O'Sullivan is, as on this very table he made two 147s. The pathway through the plant. Maybe just hit it a bit hard. It's tough to see maybe if he hit it at the potting angle on the black, does that red that's close to it fringe on that, but it's a big recovery here, taking the pink into the yellow pocket. it straight on. I thought he might have an angle that he'd have to go in and out of bulk, but yeah, just drew it back for this open red below the green. And the pink, fortunately, spot is covered by a red, so in that case, it goes the highest point value available. And in this scenario, the blue is off its spot, so that's where the pink has found home in the middle of the table. Just smooth as a hot knife through butter. No jittering or anything like that. Great cue action here by Steven. It's kind of got the stature of Bill Wernick. So I like to say that's the Bill Wernick shot. You take a red on, pretty much get up, cue, get back in the same position and take your next shot. Nice shot there. Great cannon. He's now got a nice red and it's opened up some more reds. So this is looking good. So as we can see there, he's got a break of 31 going, 32 so far. We have to use all the pocket there to fall, but it still went in. Because there, as you can see, he's got a 46 break here. We could be in the store to see a century. It's definitely there for Mr. Lee. I think he can avoid the red. It's just right of the pink. Skim by it. Oh, broke down on a 55. 51 in it. Amin can battle back. Just does need one snooker. And then the 3 reds with blacks and then run the colors to force a black ball respot. Some break if he can put it together. Always a free ball with that final red as well. Ooh, just hit a little bit of the cushion, that top cushion before, and there's the handshakes there. So Stephen Lee takes this first round robin match by a scoreline of 3-0. They're in a group of 3, so that's impressive for Mr. Lee. Looking strong. Amin will have to take his medicine, come back. Hopefully he can battle strong. And we're going to step aside for a few short moments, but we'll be right back with another exciting first day action here at the 2025 Embassy Open.
To play now?
If you want,
Yeah,
I need to ask. Right now?
Yeah.
You don't need to take rest?
No.
Thank you. No problem. No problem.
Just got to see that.
Of course.
Ready to go.
I'll see where back. See where break off.
Ready to go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Embassy Open here at the Embassy Billiards Club in San Gabriel, California. David Burney in the booth, ready to guide you through another great match here. Stephen Lee, fresh off a whitewashing victory, taking on Callum Vissovan. A few costly mistakes by Amin in that last match against Stephen. I don't think we're going to see that with Callum, originally from Romania. Strong player here on the amateur scene. But definitely he will have his hands full with Mr. Lee. There's a pathway for a shot to nothing, but I don't think he can get to that angle on that red that's just above the black. Needs a bit of cover. Yeah. Callum's got the first chance. He's nicely on the pink into the opposite top corner. First glance, I thought it was a bit easier of an angle, but a bit tougher, so I'm just going to take this blue. Done well to avoid any bulk color, coming back down to the reds. So maybe a little rusty for Callum. This is his first match. Stephen already have a match to the good, so he's well warmed up. So Stephen probably has a little slight advantage here, knowing a little bit more about the speed of the table. So obviously these tables have been draped in the Strawn superfine cloth. Probably the premier cloth for a club, as it gives you professional quality, but durability. Because it's not an inexpensive thing to change the cloth. Cloth is a price, but then you need to hire up a mechanic. And we are starving a little bit in North America for mechanics. Definitely stress if you're in America or up a little bit north in Canada. If you want to be a table mechanic, I don't think you would go hungry. There's a lot of people looking for highly skilled people. Players do have the advantage with Mr. Stephen Lee is he's got a reputation. He was a professional back in the day, so definitely knows his way around the table. So obviously sometimes these amateurs, they might not know a player. They might go for a more riskier shot. But Callum definitely is aware of Stephen's ability. So he'll probably opt for a safety shot more than a risky pot. So you're seeing just a little safety battle in the beginning stages of this first frame. It's a best of 5. to nothing. Does he have the path? Take this red, find the gap. Ooh, couldn't find the gap. This could hurt. Black is open to a couple corner pockets. Ooh, can you believe it? It's not a smile of happiness. How can Callum pounce on that mistake? It's a colossal breakdown for Steven. As longer that Callum can stay at the table, the more and more Steven's going to think about that miss. So a few more players are coming in the room for the second batch of matches, and I stand corrected. I thought Charlie Brown might have been the only Canadian coming down, but Matt Torchet coming all the way from Thunder Bay. Callum had a big miss there, so that's not what you want to do. You do not want to give this man another chance. So you can see there's last year's runner-up, Albert Kenny, deep in the background there. It's a great final last year with him and Renat Danka. And the final will be played on Wednesday, Championship Wednesday here at the Embassy Billiards Club. It's been fortunate. Quite a lot of participants actually pulled out or were not able to make it near the last minutes of this tournament, so it shrunk in size. So day one is all round robin matches, and tomorrow we'll have the last 16 and the quarterfinals leading up to Wednesday with the semis and finals. Gotta be mindful of the bulk colors. The wrong side of this blue. This is exactly where he wants to be. Red's open. Black is on its spot. Now he's mapping it out a few shots ahead. Always good to do, but now's your pre-shot routine. Get down and focus just on the ball in front of you. And in this case, it's the black going nicely into the top right corner. there. Those little stun run-throughs. Use your cue ball, hits the object ball, just kind of shakes a little bit, and then moves ever so delicately forward a couple inches. It's nicely on the black with an angle to come off the cushion. Oh, he broke down on the black. Wow. He's just got to be furious with himself going back to a seat. He knew that was a frame-winning chance for him. The Potters chiming in of asking who Charlie is playing. Actually, I'm not familiar with Charlie's opponent. He is in action right now. Unfortunately, there's no scores upline, but as results come in, we'll do our best to let you know. It would be nice. Canadian has not won this. There are a few in the field. And thanks to our friends at the San Gabriel, or the Embassy Billiards Club, I should say, that Renat Danka has the high break of the tournament so far at 86, defending champion. Shot there just shows you a little bit of the facilities here at the Embassy Club. And now snooker's required with that pink going down. That's a 48-point advantage and 43 on the table, but Stephen would like to get both these reds down, just snuff out any chance that his player comes back to the table, and that's a great red. A lot of power needed to be so precise. Great angle on the pink to come back down for this last red. They say he's got Rolls Royce Q action. He's motoring around this table like a Ferrari, a man possessed. Blue's not going to drop, but that's a concession there. So Stephen Lee continues his prowess on this table and takes a one-frame advantage as a best of 5. Callum just needs to respawn, and hopefully he can get his first frame on the board when we come back for frame 2. And welcome back. Callum Sylvain, I should say. Sylvain. Ooh. Well, if you're going to submit 4 points, that's probably the best time to do it. Long red. So Callum does have a red to the left middle. And these middle pockets are playing a little bit better than the table last year, as I've alluded to. They've made an investment in this beautiful star table. So Stabro was involved in the 2024 Shanghai Masters, and at the Saudi Masters in 2025, that's where Ronnie O'Sullivan put in 2 147s. But the pockets are playing pretty tight. It looks like both players were playing pretty swiftly. I wonder if that he's just going a bit too quick for Callum. Just very nice. Nice, Steven. Yeah, it's kind of like a rhythm. You know, you don't want to play too fast. You don't want to play too slow. It's use that cue as a conductor's baton and create a great symphony with orchestra and putting all reds and colors together. Looks like he's got a pathway for this red, as we can see there. So the great asset that Steven possesses, as you can see, he stayed down on that shot until he realized that the ball was going in. So often you see with the amateur players, they pop up like a Pop-Tart, wanting to see if their shot goes in, but popping up might have a little bit of movement before you come through the shot with your cue. Another careless miss there. Steven does live in Thailand. He did get in last week, so he has had time to acclimatize himself to the time zone here in Southern California. Missed that by a country mile. Long to mid-range. Obviously this red that's to the left of the cluster in the middle might be a pathway. Just come and take a look, but it looks like he's got to pass by this green for this red into the yellow pocket. Certainly all are taking on their shots, playing a little bit more aggressive, not refusing many pots. I have all facets, and I'm pretty sure both players love to pot, but I've got them to a tactical frame. Steven has a rich history in the sport. Slide by that red, tap it in the opposite corner, or is he going to go into the pack? Opening him up. It's looking good. Just got to keep focused here. great chance to take this second frame and put him into a commanding lead, 2-0, with only needing one more frame. But we can get ahead of ourselves. He cannot. He's just got to focus on one shot at a time when he's at that table. Tricky red, left middle. Very nicely done. Beautifully on the black. Red does go by the pink in the top right corner. You can take on after this black. Just he tried to open up those reds. Had to put a little bit of side on that. Just queuing over those reds made it that much more difficult, but Steven does have a 30-point advantage, but 59 on the table. And all the color balls are relatively unsafe, so. Shot to nothing there. Be in the driver's seat if that red did fall. Didn't get the pace on that. Safe shot. Just going to need a little bit of extra hardware there. Looking for the telescopic extension. His heart skipped a beat there. That red just rattled in the jaws a little bit. This is black and a red. The snooker's required stage. 5-point advantage and 43 on the table. This would be a great steal for Callum if he can do it. Get his first frame on the board. You're never in the match until you get that first frame on. Well, that's going to leave him in a position to take this second last red. Looked at the pink beautifully. This is looking good for the English-born, now Thai-living man, Stephen Lee. With that pink dropping, definitely Callum will not be coming back to the table, but etiquette, respect there. He's letting his opponent finish off. Let's see you, Stephen. Just run the table right now for us. Once the frame's in your mercy, those buckets become the size of buckets, and definitely Stephen tried that theory out a little bit as that blue raggled on each horn before it fell. And there, that black goes in, so that's a 2-0 advantage for Stephen Lee in this round robin match over Callum Vissoven. Just like to let you know, our great sponsors here, Omen Cues. Thank you very much for your help there. Jingpa, doing some great work in the billiard community. So these tables are Jet Q, so our good friends at the Arizona Snooker Academy. Darren Taylor and Ramil can't make it. Embassy is creating some snooker academies in Thailand, Canada, and America. Also to the high-end snooker club over there in Thailand. Our good friends at OBSA, the Ontario Billiards and Snooker Association, and Ox Billiards. They've been doing some great work for many years up there in Seattle, and they continue to do it, and that's where you'll find the stream here. And we'll get going now in a third frame. It's do or die for Callum. He needs to do something to avoid the whitewash. We do have a live and active chat, so if you have any comments or questions, feel free to fire it our way. There's been a lot of comments towards Stephen Lee and his Rolls-Royce Q action. It's nice to see because I think a lot of us have read about it and heard that he was such a proficient player and had this great Q action, but it was tough to find snooker in North America. Obviously in Britain, where Stephen's originally from, he would get a lot more coverage. At one point over here in North America, we had to dig through some rather feisty websites for maybe a little bit of snooker, but the connection always was a bit trouble. And then a blessing came from World Snooker Tour. The WST brought out WST Play, which has been a game changer for all of us to watch this great game. As a lot of events are still in Britain and over here on the west coast of America. When they're in their prime time slot of 7 p.m. It's usually around lunchtime for us. On the west coast, that means we're busy at work. But with WST, they do have the on-demand function, So when we're done our day here, we can always replay the great events on the pro scene. So kudos to everyone at WST to make that a possibility. Really great application. If you love snooker, get on that. And as well, our good friend David Hendon recently came out with a book, Pots of Gold. It's a sensational read. I know sometimes our viewers are just clawing at literature around this great sport. And Pots of Gold, haven't made it all the way through myself personally, but I'm thoroughly enjoying the research and the way Dave writes. Really a great commentator, great podcaster, and obviously deep down a great fan of the sport, as we all are. It's a bit tricky here with this blue. Green and brown. Yellow and brown, I should say, are off their spots. And just goes in and out of bulk a little bit trickier. Let's put that black relatively safe against the cushion. It's a tough shot to get down for. Pink's rather tied up, so. Doesn't have the pathway obviously with that red just above the black. Our friend at GFTS GF4250. I have to agree, Rusty Steven is still pretty good going against some of these amateurs. Callum, as we've seen in tournaments in previous years, he's a strong player. But the ability of Stephen Lee is just, I would agree, a little superior. But that's why we tune into sport. Anything can happen. Champions can get dethroned, and underdogs can thrive. And they can miss their chances like that, and that might have opened the door. Callum having a little bit of smile. I wonder if that pink has blocked the path. By the potting angle on that red. It's open on the left. Gone. And didn't gift a chance receiving. That's what these players got to do. He's got a reputation, so you don't want to gift him a chance. You'll probably be sitting for quite a while. okay, maybe just a bit pacey. There could be an angle here. Yeah, shot to nothing there. He's come off nicely, just doesn't want to be straight on the brown. Overhead shot looks like there's a nice little angle that he can come back down table. Lampard though, queuing over some interfering balls. Made it just a little difficult. And you can see nothing is a gimme on a snooker table. Is he going to take green and maybe try and get behind the yellow? Obviously the blind cut on the black to the top left corner is there, but he's not got a lot of the cue ball to work with. Knocking into that green, sliding over, possibly coming off the bulk cushion to get behind the yellow. He's got more of the cue ball to work with. At least the cue ball will be running up table if he is to falter on the pot. Kind of a little two-way shot, but he has left a long red open for Steven. And up 2-0 in a best of 5. When you just need one more frame, you can maybe take a few more riskier shots. Don't want to take too many. Don't want to give your opponent that little belief. So if Callum can get in and put up a profitable break, and even if he is able to take this frame, you give him hope. Just was up for that red to kick out. So Callum can thinly snick this and come back to the bulk and even maybe get behind that green, or yellow I should say. Controlled pace. Almost on top of the table by his opponent. Good shot, but there is a long red. Certainly isn't a gimme. If he is to miss, there's a lot of reds open up in pink and blue. Quite open. Steven might be sitting for a while now on that miss, and Mihailik, apologize for mispronouncing your username, is asking about Callum being Romanian. That is correct. I do believe he now lives in the state of Texas, but he originally was born over in Romania. One of the more taller players here on the amateur circuit. Oh, those are tough. Or blue, I should say. And he should have had 99 times have 100. He makes that. seems pretty safe. So we'll see what happens with that, how this frame materializes. It's not even a good snooker spot. So it's really tight to that right cushion. Pink will come back on its spot. Players always like to get those color balls on the spots as they practice that routine of running the colors for hours and hours. Well, Armin taking these blue balls on. Great shot to be beautifully on this red. Yeah, he's humming now. He can see it. Just got to be mindful of the green. Don't want any piece of fabric of your clothes to touch it. Just develop that red on the left side a little bit. But as you can see, he's 60 points ahead and 51 on the table. So Callum is going to need some snookers and some magic if he wants to prolong this match. Stephen Lee looking to be atop the group at 2-0. Ooh, but just broke down on that black. Callum just looking at the scoreboard. I think there's a nod there. There's a handshake to confirm it. So Stephen Lee takes this match by a scoreline of 3-0. He will be first place in his group. He'll be into the knockout phase coming tomorrow. But we're going to step aside for a few moments and we're going to come back with another match in this group, an important one because both Callum and Amin have a match defeat. So winner of that match is going to move on. So it should be excited when we come back to the 2025 Embassy Open here in San Gabriel, California.
can that way. No, you can, but not no roof that way.
Exactly.
No roof. And he's doing it. It's not gonna be this guy. Yeah. How many trucks? How many cars you carry? Double, right? I've seen it in China. They're doing double. Fucking man. Why is this four high with double truck? Fucking this is lovely. Yeah, just take. Picture.
The foot of my career. Thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
I'll let you on my Facebook. Everybody just working on that.
Yeah, he has too much time.
He's tracking it from all from my job. I'm
Yeah,
not
sure.
constantly
No,
every
I
day
know, I can see.
crazy, you know what I mean?
No. You just enjoy it. I mean, you look quite good. It's just you have two chances. Just this table.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's
this chair.
passionate, but
Yeah,
maybe
you-
he's also like in the ring.
Yeah, I know. It's one of them you got to play all the time with this type of thing. That's my question. I'm sure it's on the table. It's called choke. It's actually it's Russian. The choke's taken out. There's an old one. There's a new one. Well, you want to cut it down. You want to cut it down so it's stiff with this one.
Yes, sir. For Hansen.
I know, but in this situation, there's no one. Like I said, you think the needs to
Let me ask the license right.
does any menstrual there needs you think an obvious that part of the menstrual?
Sure.
I have to make on this 10 7. I haven't played it yet. There was no menstrual. I'm just asking before I start. There's no obvious that. One push in, one
Do you think you can hit the
it's on the cable is
you can hit the drum?
but the cable is on this side of the thing. And it's touching.
Touching.
Touching,
That's
and
touching.
it's on this side of the thing. And it's on, I haven't played yet. I will do my best to escape. The only thing I should want to
有线路它是不让过来的线。
所以要吸一下，我都这很难。对啊，这个都，我要吸一下，我要走一步了。
the misroll.
他整个话会
My question is if I come close to the rim, if the misroll, of course we're losing this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're not doing any unsportsmanship behavior on the game. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because this is a tough situation.
That's why I'm asking you for it.
因为他是接近这个球嘛，所以他是走不了的。
Yeah, you, based on our rules, try your best.
So
So if you can walk it,
Yes, yes, yes.
based on my
Yes,
attempt.
yes, 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 yes. Are you staying over here?
Yeah. Thank you.
幾耐先？我喺度。
唔緊要啊，總之佢個方向係去嗰邊咯，要夠力。出發出發，但係佢一接頭係嘛？Yeah, I know. Yeah, sometimes maybe the table and the ball.
It's okay
Oh.
to take in the same time.
Awesome media controls like this. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I take the same time.
你搞掂啊？搞掂我開始啦。
4.
just a quick little programming note. As you can see over our sponsor roll there, Charlie Brown warming up from Canada. He will be taking Hansen from China. You're just going to have a bit of practice for the both of them. So just letting you know, this is your opportunity to get that cool drink. Maybe tell your friends to check out Charlie Brown going against Hansen here on our stream on the Ox Billiards YouTube page and the St. Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube page. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back with our featured match. Hello again, everyone. Apologize for that little delay. I did have a roll-on, roll-off philosophy and stuff like that. We're scheduled to put Amin and Callum Visovan on our stream table, but they've both been on before, and we know there's some strong support from our Canadian viewership that have chimed in. I wanted to see their very own Charlie Brown, as he's quite a fan favorite in the amateur circuit here in North America. He will be taking on Hansen in a best-of-3 round-robin affair. Charlie's already got one win to the good, so if he can take this match, he'll be ahead of the group, higher seed. Smiles right now. It's David Burney in the booth. Glad that you're joining us. We have an active chat on the Ox Billiards and the San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube page. Put your comments, your questions, your support. A lot of viewership enjoyed watching Stephen Lee in our previous match. Does have a silky smooth cue action. I believe Hansen has helped out a lot with this club, with some of the construction of it. See, this building has been in place for quite a while. Stephen took it over from Paulie many years ago. Paulie, rest in peace, passed away, I believe, a couple years ago. So there's always been an interest in cue sports here in San Gabriel, but always some handiwork that needs to happen, and Hansen was happy to help out Stephen Wong. Charlie trying to get in first with that long red, but unsuccessful. This is a risky plant here for Hansen to get things going. Always tough when you have space between the two reds. Just electing to play a little safe. Bad try by Charlie. So it's a very thin cut there, as you can see from our overhead view. What Hansen has to deal with. Oh, what a fluke that was. Charlie Brown, a great friend of the fellow Canadian Cliff Thorburn. Definitely knows that great things can happen when you get a fluke. Cliff famously made a 147, the first at the Crucible Theater. She was talking to him a little bit. Kind of tries to correct a lot of people. That when people say he made the first maximum at the Crucible Theater, but in fact he made the first maximum in a world championship that had been running for a time when he did it in 1983, and the first world championship was in 1927. About 56 years, or yeah, about that. Hansen is in first. Just overran it a bit. These tables are fitted with the strong, superfine cloth. The rain that they've had in Southern California, players have felt that the tables have slowed down a little bit. What is this? Oh, what a colossal fluke there. Hansen just raising his hand. As the etiquette in the game, most people obviously want a fluke. Only missed one pocket, missed a second pocket, then came back for another, tried that green pocket, and dropped in. Ran a bit too much, just giving, I think, Charlie an opportunity. Get by the green, or the yellow, I should say. Hit the red. Looks like it might be coming cushion first. Get around it. Well done. Put his opponent tough on that bulk cushion. I believe it was Cliff Wilson was the only player that if he performed a fluke on you, he'd actually laugh at your face. With individual sports, you get all sorts of characters. That might be a big mistake there. Red is certainly open to the left middle. Doesn't look like it goes by the blue into the yellow pocket. Looks like Charlie's refusing it. Just gonna. Well, just take a look at that overhead. Looks like he's snookered his opponent on all reds. Let's see, maybe he can swerve around that brown, that red, near the right middle. Tough to come off the top cushion and just gently into the bottom of the pack. This is where the thought process comes into play. Now, Charlie can put him back and foul miss situations in this tournament. It is 4 attempts, 3 putbacks. Don't think his opponent is going to falter on the second attempt. I think Charlie's made the wise decision there. These are tight pockets on the star table. Maybe would have liked to run a little bit more on it, as the black obviously is out of play there. But got to make the red first. know if the path will go by the blue. Might just snick it so. I'd like that red to kind of disturb that red a bit. It's a thin cut into the right middle for Charlie, but it is there. And then I'll have the blue. Too thin. A little nervy first frame. It's a best of 3, so winner needs to get 2. So that's my one. They're a little hesitant. Obviously, if it was a best of 5, might be going for a few more shots in the inaugural frame. It's always good to get that first one on the board. See with that red, the bulk area near the yellow pocket, the elementary clipping off the reds and sending your cue ball back into the bulk area is kind of out of the question. Well, he's giving Hansen half a chance. Thin cut to the left middle. Blue, smack right into the face of the pink and open up those cherries like he's spilling the basket. Didn't get the blue and didn't go into the pink at all, so might have just been thinking about that cannon. Took his mind off the pot. Slim 19-0 advantage by Hansen in this first frame. A lot of points on the board. Just missing Charlie Brown is. Just tighten a few screws, no brain box, and those pots will start falling for him. Hoping potentially tomorrow at the conclusion, probably our first televised match. We hope to get our good friend Mr. Stephen Lee into the booth just for a little interview, little chat in between matches. So just giving you a heads up there in the chat, everyone. So if you have any questions for Stephen Lee, feel free to think about them. Definitely I'll keep you updated when that interview will materialize. interesting. Obviously, the shot to nothing would have been tough as he's got the red into the bulk area. But he's kind of left Charlie in no man's land here. The rightmost red by the pink. There's a pathway into the top right corner. But he's got to just be mindful of the in and off. Doesn't want to go into that middle pocket. That would have been a nice red. I just don't know where his color would have been after that. He's got early mid to long range red. That's just to the right of the blue spot into the yellow pocket. That's the potting we know. North of the 49th parallel. Sometimes it just takes one nice, good, long, solid pot. That one straight in. Didn't use either jaw. Looks like he might just have an angle to come off the cushion off this yellow and disperse those reds. Both players respecting each other, not taking on any wild shots, hunkering down, playing a little safe. I think he's just fortunate. Oh, I don't think the potting angle, obviously on that red, is not there, as you can see from the overhead. So both players trying to force an error on their opponent. It just looks like the pink and the yellow only ball on their spots. It's going to start to open things up a little bit more. Put the black safe and put the pink down to the bulk area. If you are to get a red, you definitely would like to get the blue or the pink back on its spot. So it'd be fantastic if the black is in a tough potting spot. bit too far. Yeah, for that blue. Blue as well cuts out the potting path for the pink. Seeing something we don't see. Nice shot. There's just a sliver of hope, and he achieved it. Didn't capitalize on that red after the blue. Charlie's grabbing the redwoods. It's the long rest. Looks like he's got a telescopic extension that screws on these days. You having a new cue maybe. He's got the brown, but unfortunately, it's a bit of trouble. That green has snookered him on 7 of the remaining 8 red balls. As you can see there, that green just hinders him a bit on that red that's near the black. Wish it wasn't hit. Maybe distracted a little bit by a cell phone that went off. There's lots of great seating here at the Embassy Billiards Club. Right, 220 South San Gabriel Boulevard. Definitely come and pay us a visit if you can. But do remember to turn off those cell phones. Starting hard, he's just missing it by a millimeter. So attempt number 3. He just wanted to gently snuggle up against that red. As you can see, his opponent Hansen has a shot for this red. These are still tricky, but didn't move a muscle until that red ball found home at the bottom of the pocket. Great technique there. Sensational shot there. Hansen cutting that pink to the side, and it's also nice to get that pink down on its spot, back down to the business end of the table. It's blocked a little bit by one red. But there's a pathway to the top left corner pocket. Those are tough shots. Sometimes you want to maybe play it a little softer, maybe let that nap push it a little bit towards the bottom jaw. If you're aiming for the top jaw in those middle pockets. Ooh, that was a pretty big miss there. Didn't even give the pocket a chance, so. I don't think there's a pathway for that pink between these two reds. Gone around the world nicely. Flicked off that red to be plumb on the blue. Draw back a little bit. Have that red near the green spot, the green pocket. It's kind of got to be his thinking, but when he's down on the shot, it's all system goes just for this blue. So there's some good points available here for Charlie to get right back into this first frame. It's been a bit scrappy. Players have faltered a little bit. This is the premier table at this club. This table was used in the 2024 Saudi Masters. As well in 2025, Ronnie had two 147s on this table. That looks like our good friend AJ, Arslan Yami. If that's your handle there, Arslan1229. Things are going well down here, and I'm pretty sure Albert and Charlie are feeling those good luck vibes that you're sending. If anyone else wants to do that in the chat, feel free to put your support for either of these players or other players in the tournament. Albert was in a match against Jackie Wee, very strong player, runner-up at this year's Seattle Snooker Open Championship. But it looks like, as what happens in this event, if you win a match, you got to brush the table, and I'm just noticing off camera that Albert is doing so. So that looks possibly 2 matches to the good for Albert. As a runner-up last year. As they develop the black too. And these reds that are around the pink are available. Yeah, I think just on that black angle is going to be tough. He might have had to put some check side just to straighten it up. So, all right, little kiss on the green. It's got a good angle on the brown. Just a judgment of pace. Does he want to go out the left cushion? Just gently roll down for that pink that's, or the reds that's below the pink. Tough cueing, obviously going over that green. Arslan1229 is asking about the draw being posted anywhere. I believe if you're a friend of Stephen Wong on Facebook, he has put up the groups of who is all in each group, but updated results don't think will be updated until the day's end. Obviously, if we find any results, we'll do our best to get you that information. I do know that Renat Danka so far has the high run of the tournament at 86, the defending champion. Watch out for that cue ball. Went from bad to worse there. Hit by quite a miss. So when the cue ball goes in off, his opponent has the option to shoot from anywhere in the D. And unlike our cousin sport over there in the 8-ball, 9-ball world, in snooker you can shoot forwards or backwards, as I believe in just the 8-ball, 9-ball. If you are in that area, you can only shoot down table. However, some rules in some of those 8-ball, 9-ball events have ball in hand, so you can put it anywhere on the table. Very nice long red there. Just ran a bit too much for the black, but Charlie could be in a bit of trouble here. Gentle roll up behind the black. And the only time you can have ball in hand in a snooker match is when they play the snooker shootout. Certainly an exciting form of snooker. 10-minute frames, 15 and 10-second shot clocks. Really, life could change just with one frame. There's a pathway though here. And he can hit the red, go through the green and blue and pink. Might even be the potting angle path there as well. Arslan as well, just inquiring about the qualified draw can be posted at day's end with the match timings. I believe that is the process. Obviously, when all the results of today's action will conclude, because this is the round robin with the unfortunate low number. They did have a high level of entries, but A lot of players, for some reason or another, withdrew. So today's the only day for round robin. Tomorrow will be starting, I believe, at 10 a.m. on the West Coast, so 10 a.m. Pacific time. And we'll start off with the last 16 and then the quarterfinals, and then on Wednesday we'll have Championship Wednesday with semifinals and finals. But I think the safe bet is to just, if you want to see tomorrow action, tune in at 10 a.m. If action is happening there, or if it's a little bit delayed, I will definitely give you an updated response on that. For right now, slogging first frame, mid-range red, open here for Charlie. Shot he's not going to refuse. Shot he usually doesn't miss. No real safe color ball, so great opportunity to snatch this first frame away. Curse of the commentator. It's a bit fortunate how things resulted. Just looking at it over, there might be a path through that green. It's a thin cut into the green pocket with this red. Seems like there might be some visitors to the table. Both players swatting over there. Maybe a fly has come in. Pink was very important, as that puts him up at 28 with 27 points on the table. Snooker. Charlie does need a snooker if he wants to get this first frame. Brown's not in the worst positions, that's for sure. The high value colors on their spot, a little tricky sometimes to lay a snooker on. I don't think he's got the cover on that black, going towards the yellow. Try for that cue ball. Just dance with the double there. Potentially as well, Arsalan, if you're still tuning in, that the Embassy Billiards Club Facebook page should have results at day's end of who's moving on and who's going home. It's nice to hear from our good friend Christian Younger tuning in. Hope you're doing well, Christian. We're missing here down at the Embassy event. But it's nice we're creating a good group behind the scenes with yourself. That's Bromlin, who's keeping score. All the pictures sharp, the audio clear. It's definitely really nice to see, as we are trying to create a community within the sport. See, we're nowhere without players. That is just beautiful. What a shot there by Charlie. Obviously, if that yellow went in, it would have been colossal for him. So, let's see if Charlie can get back some of those penalty points he gave away earlier in this frame. Just going back to that community note. You know, the players are there, but it's nice to have when we have scorekeepers and we have referees, you know, streaming producers, great tournament directors, commentators. Really gives a great package, a good structure. So actually just talking to Stephen Lee for today's matches, and just, you know, there's a lot of people who this is dangerous. Got to be mindful of a free ball. Well, he's having a good survey of the table. Yeah, Hansen really wasn't close at all there. It's all there for Charlie. It's a big shot if he can get this yellow and be nicely on the green. Is there a path there for that green to go by the brown? Wanted a few more rotations, so just got the two. Maybe second guess himself a little bit there. Should he put his player back in for another attempt? So 22 points in this first frame, 25 on the table. The path of that green, was it going towards its own pocket? As he baited Hansen to take this green into the right middle. Very tricky shot. Those are tough into the middle. Just Charlie doing a little housekeeping. Calming nerves, make sure he's got some clear pathway as the angle is on this green. Left middle, come up for the brown. High colors on their spots. Just gotta keep his composure. Oh, these middle pockets. Coming back to haunt both of these players. The first match we did today, I thought with the new table, the middle pockets were going to wreak havoc for these players as they did in last year's tournament. A lot of times those middle pockets refused balls. The Potter S M3X, appreciate you chiming in. We got a lot of wheels turning, a little bit of a skeleton crew, so we appreciate you chiming in just to correct us on the score. Let's see. The Potter, that's AKA Peter Singh, Canadian, but no bias there, Peter. I'm pretty sure he just wants to see both players play well in a fair game, so we appreciate you letting us know of that error in the score. And now we've soonly hopefully corrected it. Hand up, that was a thin snick on that green and rattled around in the jaws of the pocket, shot out. Fortunate for Charlie, didn't put a fluke into the snooker. Coming down the wire a lot of time in the amateur game. So often than not, a lot of these frames come down to the colors. Brown is going to be very important. Hansen needs green and brown to put us into the snooker's required stage. So if this green goes, he'll just have a slim 21-point advantage with 22 on the table. He's just coming to take a look at that cue ball. Could be tight against that cushion. Always the theory. Just hit object, ball, and cushion at the same time with your cue ball. Certainly gave it a shot. fluke that was. Those are tough to swallow. Not sure why Hansen was putting his cue back to the table. He saw it drop. Just don't know why he just tried to cut that into the middle. So 25 ahead for Hansen and 18 on the table. Charlie does need 2 snookers. It's not a bad effort to start, just ruled a bit too much. But black is in a beautiful spot for a snooker. So maybe just a little patience. Oh, wow, he almost knocked that black in. That would have been colossal damage. Just try and cut this blue in. Oh, sir. Don't know if he's got the snooker there. It was definitely a great attempt by Charlie. Just tough to tell from their angle. Again, trying to just come cushion first, cannon into the blue, and hopefully put his cue ball tight behind the black. Unsuccessful here. So Hansen, I just try and roll it into the yellow pocket from here. Why so much pace? You roll the blue up near the yellow pocket. It's a lot tougher of a snooker for Charlie trying to get. He's going to hit the blue with his cue ball and bring his cue ball back down to either be behind the pink or the black. He's left a pot. It's a thin cut. Do apologize a little bit for the score. This new scoring system that we are trying out here might have a few glitches in there, but it's going to be a concession there. So Charlie Brown is going to be up against it here. Hansen's take that first frame, and we will step aside and be right back with frame 2. here at our feature table between Canada's Charlie Brown taking on China's Hansen. Hansen was able to take that rather scrappy first frame. This is a very nice break off there by Charlie. Not sure if there's a path. I don't think there's a pathway by that brown. For a red, the top right. Even so, taking on that long pot is risky, because if you're to miss, you're leaving your cue ball down there. There's a few reds that are open, so still not an elementary safe shot here too for Hansen. Dumb shot, the Cliff Thorburn special. Come off two kitchens and clip off a red. So Charlie either can put his opponent back the original spot. He's much closer to the brown there. Charlie seems to be okay with it. That's well, both players agree when they don't have the official there. Do their best to get the ball spotted back. Exactly. Obviously, when we're in a foul miss situation, and if it's not put back to the exact spot, it's more detrimental to the striker, because then they have to rethink their plan of attack. This is a big miss by Hansen. Charlie can put up a good break here. This will really beam him with some confidence. Just maybe waiting for a few players. As you can see, in his line of shot, he's looking at the whole room there. 8 tables in play here. The 2025 Embassy Open. The beautiful city of San Gabriel, California, just on the outskirts east of LA. Rainstorm didn't hit Southern California. I'm pretty sure that pink would have fallen. So can Hansen capitalize on just that short pink by Charlie Brown? Didn't need to go up and down table. Stunned it nicely at the good angle. Now's Hansen's chance to capitalize. with the bulk colors. Yeah, looks like you can get to that bottom of the two reds just left of the black spot. Maybe he can't, maybe doesn't like it. So just a little clip off a red and bear himself into the bulk area. So he breaks down on a break of 13. Oh, very nicely done. Great long pot, just got a nice kick. So he's plumb on the black. Just looking back at this long red by Charlie. Took it on full-blooded. So thin cut, using the rests. A little bit tricky here. I know they call him Downtown Charlie Brown, but I have to give him the nickname or the moniker as a journeyman. If anywhere in the world there's a snooker tournament, you can bet that Charlie Brown will be there. If you want an adventure, just go through his passport, see all the places that he's gone to. Used to be a boxer in his younger years as well. He's putting something together nicely here in this second frame. Doesn't look too happy because that's a nasty piece of business with those three reds. I think just maybe one of them would go, but Pull that red on the cushion for the shot to nothing with the red that's above to the left of the black spot. Happy fame. Now Hansen with the opportunity. He's a couple good shots. Mid-range pink. If you can believe that, just rattled in those jaws and didn't go in. He was perfect on this red. Come off the cushion, he's on the blue and he's in the driver's seat, but no. The pink rattles in the horns and doesn't drop. Sport can definitely drive you insane. No wonder there's always a full card at the local insane asylum. This game can put you in bits. Charlie would be happy with blues. Pink and black are relatively safe. Good angle. Oh. Left Hansen the red by the yellow to go into the green pocket. Play for the snooker, but unfortunately he's left one red. Nick off the cushion on that red. Thin cut on this red. Just got to be mindful of that middle pocket. It's unable to go in off, but unfortunately the pot didn't go in on that red. bit short on that black. Does have the pink because it looks like it's glued to the cushion. Gotta use the rest as a right-hander. Might have had to avoid using that implement if he was a left-hander. Unfortunately, Charlie is not an ambidextrous player. I've seen that a lot more often of late with snooker players, that they can take shots both left and right. Famously, Ronnie O'Sullivan did it to a Canadian, Alain Robidoux, back in a World Championship event. I think he was playing a little bit with an element of safe on that last one. Just a great angle there. You see how large these tables are. 6 by 12 feet. Wow, great long red. Felt the black, pushed it down table, but he's got the blue. Still anybody's frame here. He's really tied up the brown and black after that shot. Oh my goodness, can you believe it? It seems like all the luck is going towards Hansen in this one. Definitely had it important on that last red not to disturb, hit the pink. With such authority that it came back and went all the way down into the green pocket. Maybe maybe wanted to walk around the table a little bit more there. I think maybe adrenaline was pumping a little bit on that last fluke. He kind of got down on that blue relatively quickly. So with the more longer frame matches, those flukes do even out, toughen these quick sprints of best of threes. Too much. Free ball. So 4 points awarded to Charlie. Charlie can put him back into that original spot in the foul and miss area, and then Hansen would have 3 more attempts, or Charlie can elect to his player to play on from here, which he's deciding to do. This is going to come up poor as well. Does that red? Just take a look on that. Charlie having a good look at it just to see if that red does go past that other red that's close to the cushion. Looks like it does. Just got to be mindful a little bit, queuing over that blue. That one missed it, and he sold it out. With no color on a spot. And 2 reds along the top cushion. Tall order for Hansen, if he's able to take this frame and match at this visit. Just not sure if Hansen has the little mini butt in his toolbox. I just wanted to just get a little extra extension. I wonder if he was stretching just a bit on that. Oh my goodness. Where's the luck? And on that, his opponent can put him back in. So Charlie back at the table. Could have the mind of a goldfish there. Forget that last shot. Just an incredible turn of fortune there. Still ahead in this match by 21 points and 43 on the table. Oh, this is just getting nasty now. 5-point foul there. There's no more lonelier place. Being in your chair on a table saw. Put him back in. Oh my goodness, if that pink had dropped, I'm pretty sure he'd throw his cue through the floor. Luckily that pink rattle didn't go in. locked up that pocket, so this game is tough when you have 6 pockets. It's even more difficult when you have 5. But obviously a big red, whoever is able to get it. Does have that pink. Nice little thin snick there. That's okay. Is this pink just out enough to create a big pocket for this red to come along the cushion? It's got the snooker nonetheless. In the chat room, this is where you need the support. Obviously, Charlie's been reeling a little bit. Some unfortunate bad luck. Maybe the chatters can give him some support, but equally, hopefully the Hansen supporters can rally a little bit of a comeback. Get him to win the second frame. And take the match. Mid-range red into the green pocket. Bad shot there by Charlie Brown as he baited his opponent into trying to take this red into the green pocket. Got a good glimpse of that over his shoulder. Hansen have enough this red. Cut it into the top right corner. It's hard to tell from this vantage point. This is only frame 2, this best of 3 match. We start the knockout phase tomorrow. Our last 16 and quarterfinals will be best of 7s. As Charlie and Hansen are in a group with 4 players, so that's why they pay the best of 3. And if you were turning in earlier, you saw Stephen Lee going against his opponent in best of 5 matches, as they only had 3 players in the group. about it there. And I think Hansen's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. As Charlie can just delicately, maybe just so. This is a tough shot though for Charlie. No judgment of pace. Come off that ball cushion and just snug against the brown. And first and foremost, with that pink covering half of that red down there, just at least make sure you hit the brown. In addition, he could just come off cushion first and nestle behind the green. A lot of options here for Mr. Brown, as you can see that overhead, what he's got to deal with. Nice shot there. Well disciplined as well. Obviously getting near that brown, there's always just the potential you might just run a bit too far, and if you nominate the brown and hit the black first, that's a 7-point foul. So that's just experience there on Charlie Brown. There's definitely a high level of possibility of a free ball happening here as well. Gone off. That's 4 points for Charlie. But he can also, with the miss, he can put him right back in there. Here's the increments on the respotted white, and it's attempt number 2. Better attempt. Well done. Oh, what a shot there. That's sometimes what happens when you're in those foul and miss situations. If you're put back for a second attempt, you get the line and you can make do, as Charlie surveys there. Just look at this great second attempt by Hansen. A tough snooker behind the green. Pay dirt. Cut into the right middle. And hit it with pace. Made it a lot more difficult, but great success there. It's nice on the pink, but getting up for the yellow. It's hard to tell from that angle and that. Be straight on. Ooh, as he snookered himself. That was a smart play there. Just make sure of the points, because then you're still at the table, but there might be a little path by the pink to get the yellow, but a little bit bare. Maybe just a lapse in concentration there. look, so maybe it's not as elementary as I thought. Your screens are not frozen. It's just Charlie is frozen in thought. This has got to go. Ooh. So 4 for Hansen. As Charlie comes up short on the yellow. Hansen's going to put him back in. Charlie shouldn't falter on the second attempt. Always be mindful of jostling that cue ball with the cue, as Charlie was doing, as we saw at the American Masters. Oh, wow. How fortunate he is here. I think now he's got a little bit of luck there. Snookered his opponent on the yellow behind the pink. Yellow didn't rattle the black into the pocket. Oh, player's having a smile. I think Charlie's saying, it's not my turn now. You've been having a lot of luck, Hansen. Can I get a break?
Okay. We know you're going to make it, right? You're going to make it.
It's nice to see that there's fierce competition, but every so often you see these breaks of smiles between both competitors. As well, potential of a free ball as well, just how that yellow is really close to its own pocket and the black is covering it up. So that's a big hit, big foul there. That's 7 points to Charlie. Obviously no free ball as that black was knocked out, where the cue ball landed. Charlie could clearly see the yellow, but he'll happily take the 7 points and put his opponent back for a second attempt. He's got a maximum of 4, or until we hear the snooker's required stage. Ooh, 5 points for Charlie. And I think that's a free ball. Well, Charlie could put him in from here, and that erases all the attempts. It will be attempt number 1.
Oh, yeah, sorry. We will.
It's got a nice angle on this pink to stun up for the yellow. Obviously, in this case, if Charlie does nominate the pink as his free ball, it will be 2 points if it is to drop. A little conservative there. Maybe he just didn't fancy it. He'd have to travel a far length after that pink with his cue ball. So playing the percentages there. Another 4 points. So Charlie enjoying racking up these penalty points. I think if that was a little bit of distance between the yellow, he might have come back to the table and taking it on rather than putting his opponent back in.
No, I hit it around here because one cushion.
Okay.
Around here. Okay.
Sure.
Whatever
Whatever you think.
Whatever
you think. Yeah. You mark for it.
Both players discussing where all the balls go back. Obviously, before the shot is taken, both players will look at each other, agree good spot. Both are agreeing. When that does happen, it will be game on. And here comes attempt number 2. That will be a free ball. 4 more points for Charlie. Clever. Very clever.
You want me to put it in? Okay.
So he nominated the blue as his free ball. Now with a 30-point differential. 27 on the table, snookers are required, so at least Hansen knows if he does miss, he's not going to be put back in this position. But with the black covering the yellow, free ball is a potential. Both players are just coming over to take a look at the scoreboard.
Okay, so technically, okay, so blue's here. Yeah, I just realized that my ball was there. Kind of like something like that. Okay. So was. Oh, we were putting that. I took a free ball. That's right.
Sure, what's happening here?
I took a free ball.
He was okay.
Yeah.
Okay. They're confusing us. You know, Charlie was left the free ball, so that's why he took on the blue and snookered his opponent behind the pink, which is completely legal. Obviously, if Charlie nominated the free ball as the blue and snookered his opponent behind that blue, that would be a foul. Well, that's a nice shot there. Got the yellow. Very nice judgment of pace there. Charlie'd love to get this green. Snuff out any chance of bringing his opponent back to the table. So as you can see, Charlie's ahead by 32 and there's 25 remaining. So Hansen does need 2 snookers to try and take this second frame. It would be his winning frame. Looks like we are going to be going to the decider. Black is definitely in a nice spot. Just off the cushion a little bit. Part is, you know, he's going to have to do something wonderful as blue and pink are quite far down the table. A lot of distance for the cue ball. Looks like he's going to try and take this brown. No, just trying to get behind the pink from it. Unsuccessful. I'd be surprised if Charlie maybe try the cross double here with the red. Try and put it into the green pocket. about that result. So Charlie might goof to get behind the black, but really love to put a pink or blue safe. Only that is. Double kisses are usually only good in France, but that's not too bad. Could have been a lot worse there for a Chinese player. Yeah, that's a little struck of fortune there, maybe for Charlie. And obviously, he was hooked on the blue, but definitely Hansen's hands were in the pockets already to pull up the balls and send us into a decider. Gripping stuff here at the 2025 Embassy Snooker Open. As you can see, there's the cash prizes, what these players are playing for. $10,000 to the winner, who will be crowned on Wednesday. Runner-up, not too shabby for a few days' work. $5,000, and the semifinals get $2,500 each. Quarterfinals, if you make the Elite Eight, that's $1,250. And if you get a century or more and not get toppled by anybody else, you'll get that high break prize of $1,000. So both players are just going to take a little quick comfort break before we get into the decider. But stay tuned. We'll be right back to see who's victorious. go with our deciding frame here. This featured match between Charlie Brown and Hansen. Just a sluggish affair here. Just that rain made these tables maybe just a bit sluggish. Both players are going to get their chances. But who's going to capitalize more on the mistakes when those happen? Should be victorious. Might see maybe just a little swing of fortune for Charlie, as it seemed like a lot of the luck was going towards Hansen's way early on in the match. Definitely the snooker gods do look down. Things can change at a moment's notice. We might have one more match today on our featured table. Just checking in with our tournament director, Kyrie. But definitely we'll be back tomorrow at the 2025 Embassy Open at 10 a.m. on the West Coast, so 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. in the Eastern time zone. About 6 p.m. for our friends over in England. So make sure you set your clocks for that. It will be the last 16 that will start us off. As well, at some point, we'll give you a heads up. Hopefully, at the conclusion of our last 16 match, we might be having a little interview with Stephen Lee in the booth. So make sure you tune in for that. And if you have any questions, we'll definitely take it from the stream. Red held for the black. Charlie's in first. Looks like there's a little bit of tense moments on the neighboring table. So Charlie just waiting. Is there could be a deciding frame with Tom Lee Moore and Sharam Shagazi. Could be one frame apiece. Those are another two favorites potentially that could win this tournament. This is Hansen's first game, so definitely could set up quite an impressive final match for him if he's to take on the Schumler, I think. This is who Charlie defeated earlier. Before tuning in, thanks for the confirmation that Callum is from Romania, from Bahamar. Sounds like a lovely place. Feel free to let us know, Drippy4, if you are from Romania, how the snooker scene is over there. As well as any of you out there on the stream, let us know where you're tuning in from. This is a global game played in over 100 countries. Get the better angle of that red. Thought maybe the rightermost red below all this gaggle of reds there. Thinking maybe he's going to be playing top, so just running through, maybe flicks a little bit off that red. No, he could go straight through. This is the chance he wanted. He's doing well. He's gone in the pack and his luck is okay. He has a choice. He's the red into the right middle. There's at least one red going into the top right corner. It's a little bit trickier with the rest. If we can stun down nicely for the black after this. Tough with those sort of almost blind cuts. As you can see, Charlie has a nice red right there. It's Charlie's chance to rebound here. It's a good blue into the yellow pocket. Definitely have to be very still as that rest was close to that red on the right cushion. Might be able to float down nicely for this black. faltered a little on that safety attempt. Giving Charlie a chance for mid-red to the right middle. Just so difficult, these middle pockets. I guess Stephen Lee was just making them look like they were easy in our previous match. It is an active club here at the Embassy Billiards Club, so there's a few members of the public that are coming in and using the hay ball tables. So players might have to contend with a little bit of a noise. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What happened there? That's a plant you never see. I don't think Charlie's tempted with the round red, brown, red. It's nice that the one red definitely is pretty close, but man, that's really tricky. And what he has to deal with, as you can see. Sometimes you've got to tie up your laces, dig your heels in, and go for it. Obviously, he has this red by the yellow, the top left corner. We are getting to the climax of day one here at the championship. Here he goes, trying it out. Well, that went a different way than he thought, but success, success for downtown Charlie Brown. Just missing by millimeters. And the unfortunate part is he just gifts his opponent with a relatively easy red to get going. What can Hansen make of this? This one moving a little bit more swiftly than the previous two. Didn't come too far back. Does have a pathway, as you can see this red coming right into your living room. two reds that are blown to the right of the pink. The furthest right one just might pass that other red to go into the other corner pocket, but you got to get the black in there first. Hansen has been getting opportunities from Charlie, but he really hasn't been able to punish him severely. It was a tricky one. Those tough middle pockets. He's come up and locked that yellow pocket with its own ball. Brown just kind of in a strange spot near the green pocket, so almost feels like there's 4 pockets to cut down, but with that miss, given Hansen a shot into this top left corner. Just seems like a championship boxing match with 2 heavyweights just exchanging blow after blow after blow. No real opponent getting the combination and knockout uppercut punch. Once again, Charlie's got his favorite shot, a red into a middle pocket. Unbelievable. Gee, cannot believe it. He might have baited his opponent, that red near the yellow spot. That's going to the left middle. Blame him for taking it on, but boy, these middle pockets refuse a lot more than they've taken in this match. Idea as much as he had to travel a lot more with his red ball. Just see how pain these middle pockets are. He opted for the top left corner and a 30-point advantage. 59 on the table. Yellow blocking the pocket, so there's only 5 pockets available for a red ball. And there's no real easy pot to keep the break going after that brown for Hansen. right of the brown, come near the green ball. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe he's hoping that these middle pockets aren't as friendly to Hansen as they are to him. Maybe he just ran a bit too much. I think he's trying to hold for that red by the brown. Might be tempted into a double here. Wow, great long pot there by Charlie. Needs something to just build up his momentum, build his confidence. Certainly not out of it. Turn on a dime. Lay a good snooker. You incur a good amount of penalty points. You're right back in it. Might have a path for this red by the yellow all the way down into the top right corner. Flipping off this red to get behind the green. Oh, that's a wonderful shot there. Great shot there by Charlie. That's why he's at the table and I am not. I agree, Arsalan. 1-2-2-9. There is definitely a grind to this match. Oh. Just after Charlie plays a great shot, Hansen comes back and puts a beautiful long red in. He's just having a look at the scoreboard. He'd love to get the black because that would put him ahead 36 with 35 on. Pink works for a potential black respot. Wow, that would have been a tremendous blow to Charlie if that blue didn't go into the top left corner. Rattled around, shot close to the green pocket. We've seen that fluke drop in this match before. So 29 in and 35 on the table. Game on. Black's kind of tied up though. He's got the cover. He certainly does. So, Charlie always does have that never die attitude. So he's just going to try and swerve around. Successful hit. See, it was just a little pacey, just kicked out. Almost put Charlie in a lot of bother there as it almost rolled up to the yellow, but just a little pace, flicked it off. Giving Charlie a potential chance. It's a long red. It's no gimme. Where's this red gonna end up? Oh, it's not good for the Canadian. On the Snickers required stage. Good angle on the pink. He's electing to go for the red. Oh, I kind of like the pink a little bit. You can possibly stun up. This thin cut, you're losing control of the cue ball. Yeah, I think next time Charlie Brown comes to the table, it might be for handshakes. 37 in it and 25 on the table. As much as he's his opponent in this match, Charlie will be cheering for Hansen in his next match. It's all right to see. Arslan's wanting to, about this match, decide who goes into the 16. Actually, the top two in each group will be moving on, as we have 8 groups. Charlie won his first match. Oh, and there's the handshakes there. It's all over there. So Hansen takes that match 2 frames to 1. So just to conclude that point, Arslan. So Charlie has a win, match win. Hansen has a match win, and their other player in their group, Niv Shumwell, has lost to Charlie. So Hansen and Niv will be battling out. If Hansen's able to take that, he'll for sure be moving on, and Charlie will move on as well as he beated Niv. So a lot of importance on that match. Charlie was a player for that last match, but now he's going to turn into cheerleader. We're going to step aside for a few short moments. We're just going to check in with our tournament director. That might conclude our broadcast today, but let me just get an update, and I'll be right back to inform you all if we're going to have another match on our TV table. Hello again, everybody. I'm just going to keep the stream running and just an update right now. We've got to step aside for our lunch break, but we might have another match coming up in about half an hour time. So that's 4:15 here on the West Coast, but definitely at 4:15 I will update you if we're going to have a match or that will be conclusion of day one. We'll just see how other matches progress in the tournament, but we appreciate all the viewership. But this is your cue if you need to get a nice cup of coffee, a cold drink, or a little snack to eat, or some lunch as well. We'll see you guys back here with an update at the Embassy Open in about 30 minutes time. Thanks, everybody.
那你打完了？
你想休息多久？
我说都可以。那个人来了，来了。他们先打还是我先打？
啊，你先打。
休息。
你是肯定晋级的啦，因为赢了查理班嘛，查理班赢了他。
他们已经打过了。
打过了。那晚上那个人不来，所以你就多打一场。
我就是跟他随便弄了，不行，我看。
那等一下，你赢一场，查理班赢一场，你让他赢的话，那就很麻烦。
他输给查理邦，
对，赢
查理邦就输给我。
对，赢你就赢他的，
输不一定。
但是输很难输。
对，就是像上次一样的。对吧？就是正常打。
OK OK，不要有压力的那种打就 OK。8号。
8号桌。
8号桌。
这个。
对。
这个还是这个？这个。向你学习。
那我叫他训练小的。
可以。你给我个15分钟20分钟。
我跟他说15分钟吧。不想让他练那么久。
啊，对，跟他说。太坏了。
Hey everybody, sorry for that little delay. I know I was going to be back here at 4:15. A little delayed in our lunch line at the good old-fashioned In-N-Out Burger. But it's not many matches we have today, so we're going to conclude our broadcast here on Ox Billiards and San Gabriel Embassy Billiards Club YouTube channel. We appreciate all your viewership all day long. Do come back and see us 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. That's going to be the last 16. It's going to be interesting. They're going to be best of 7 matches. So stay tuned. 10 a.m. tomorrow, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. All those great comments. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. It's David Burney saying good night from Embassy Billiards Club.